Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. The first hints of dawn approached the Commonwealth with gentle persistence, transforming the horizon from deep purple to the softest shade of amber. In the eastern distance, where the ancient crater marked the landscape like a sacred scar, wisps of luminescent mist began their daily dance, catching the earliest rays of sunlight and refracting them into patterns of ethereal beauty. The radiation that dwelt within that holy ground created its own aurora, invisible to most wasteland travelers, but clearly visible to those who had learned to perceive Atom's presence in all its manifestations. Within the modest quarters of the Children of Atom's compound, Sister Harmony stirred from her peaceful sleep as the first touch of dawn penetrated the simple curtains covering her window. Her awakening came not from any external alarm, but from the internal rhythm she had cultivated since joining the faithful. A spiritual clock that drew her consciousness toward the daily communion that began each morning before the world fully awakened. Her room reflected the modest principles that guided the children's daily life. A simple wooden bed frame supported a mattress stuffed with Commonwealth cotton and covered with hand-woven blankets. Beside it stood a small table that served as both desk and altar, its surface bearing carefully arranged items of personal devotion. A leather-bound copy of the sacred texts, a small Geiger counter that served as both practical tool and spiritual reminder, and a collection of smooth stones gathered from various sites of Atom's presence throughout the wasteland. Sister Harmony moved with practiced quiet as she prepared for her morning ritual, each action performed with the deliberate mindfulness that the faith encouraged in all daily activities. She drew water from a ceramic pitcher into a matching basin, the coolness refreshing against her face as she performed her ablutions. The water carried the faint mineral taste common to Commonwealth wells, but to Harmony, it represented the endless cycle of purification and renewal that Atom brought to the world. From the wooden chest at the foot of her bed, she retrieved her meditation robes, simple garments of undyed cloth that bore only subtle embroidery depicting atomic symbols and the sacred geometry that represented divine division and unity. The fabric felt soft against her skin, worn smooth by countless mornings of faithful practice. As she dressed, Harmony offered quiet words of gratitude for the new day, for the safety of her community, and for the opportunity to commune once more with the divine presence that touched all things. Her preparation continued with the lighting of a single candle, its flame flickering gently in the still air of her quarters. The wax was of her own making, created from Commonwealth beeswax and infused with subtle fragrances gathered from the radiation-adapted flowers that grew near the compound. As the candle burned, it released the gentle scent of these blessed blooms, creating an atmosphere of peace and spiritual focus. Opening her leather-bound text to a passage that had drawn her attention the previous evening, Harmony spent several minutes in quiet study. The word spoke of Atom's presence in the daily cycle of light and darkness, of how the morning radiation that touched all living things carried divine blessing for those with eyes to see and hearts to understand. Her lips moved silently as she absorbed the teaching, committing meaningful phrases to memory for contemplation during her meditation. The compound beyond her quarters remained largely silent, though occasional soft sounds indicated that others among the faithful were beginning their own morning preparations. The children of Atom valued these quiet hours before dawn, when the spirit could focus without the distractions that daylight brought. It was a time for personal communion, for reflection on the previous day's experiences, and for preparing the mind and heart for whatever challenges or blessings the new day might present. Gathering her simple meditation supplies, a woven mat, a small cushion, and the personal Geiger counter that would help her attune to the sacred radiation, Harmony made her final preparations for the walk to the crater. She paused at her window, looking out across the compound toward the distant glow that marked her destination. Even at this early hour, the radiation created visible patterns in the morning mist, like gentle spirits dancing in celebration of the approaching dawn. The compound itself exemplified the children's harmonious relationship with their transformed environment. Simple wooden structures stood surrounded by carefully tended gardens where radiation-adapted plants grew in abundance. These gardens served multiple purposes, providing food and medicine for the community, while creating spaces of natural beauty where the faithful could observe Atom's transformative power at work in growing things. Sister Harmony stepped quietly from her quarters, her bare feet finding the familiar stone path that led through the compound toward the crater. The stones had been carefully arranged not just for practical walking, but in patterns that reflected sacred geometry, creating a meditative journey even in the simple act of moving from building to destination. Each stone had been selected and placed with reverence, understanding that every element of their environment could serve spiritual purpose for those who approached it with proper mindset. The morning air carried the distinctive freshness that preceded sunrise, crisp and clean despite the lingering radiation that blessed this region of the Commonwealth. To Harmony, this air felt particularly pure, touched by Atom's presence in ways that enhanced rather than diminished its life-giving properties. She breathed deeply, allowing the sacred atmosphere to fill her lungs and strengthen her body for the morning's communion. As she walked, other members of the community became visible in the growing light. Brother Cairn tending to the meditation gardens, his aged hands moving with practiced gentleness among the glowing flowers. Sister Dawn preparing the community kitchen for the day's meals. Young Initiate River carrying water from the compound's blessed well. Each person acknowledged her passage with quiet nods or soft words of morning greeting, their respect for her daily pilgrimage evident in their careful avoidance of disrupting her focused journey. The path beyond the compound's immediate boundaries led through a landscape transformed by centuries of radiation into something both familiar and wondrous. Common Commonwealth plants grew alongside mutations that existed nowhere else, their forms adapted to thrive in conditions that would challenge ordinary flora. To the children of Atom, these adaptations represented clear evidence of the divine force working through all creation, transforming and improving what had existed before. Ancient trees stood alongside the path, their bark bearing the distinctive patterns that radiation exposure had created over decades of growth. Rather than appearing diseased or damaged, these trees seemed to glow with internal vitality, their leaves catching the early morning light in ways that created natural stained glass effects. Birds had adapted to nest in these blessed trees, their songs carrying slightly different tones than their unaffected cousins. as if the radiation had refined their voices toward greater beauty. The crater itself became visible as Harmony crested a small ridge in the path, its distinctive geography marking the landscape like a vast natural amphitheater. The depression had been created not by nuclear weapons but by a meteor impact in the distant past, its natural radiation enhanced and concentrated by the Great War's widespread atomic blessing. The children had recognized this site as particularly sacred, a place where Atom's presence could be felt most clearly by those who approached with proper reverence and understanding. The crater's rim stood approximately 50 feet above its floor, creating a natural boundary that protected the sacred space, while allowing easy access via the gentle slope that the children had developed into a formal pilgrimage path. This path descended in a careful spiral, marked at regular intervals with small stone cairns that served both as waypoints and objects of meditation. Each cairn had been built by community members over years of faithful practice, every stone placed with prayer and intention. As Harmony began her descent into the crater, the radiation levels increased gradually, creating a gentle transition that allowed her body to adjust naturally to the heightened exposure. Her Geiger counter, worn on a simple cord around her neck, provided soft clicking that served as both practical monitoring and spiritual rhythm for her morning meditation. The sound was peaceful rather than alarming, a gentle percussion that reminded her of Atom's constant presence throughout creation. The crater floor revealed itself as a place of extraordinary beauty, where the concentrated radiation had created effects visible nowhere else in the Commonwealth. The earth itself seemed to glow with subtle phosphorescence, while pools of water reflected not just the morning sky, but patterns of light that moved independently of any external source. Plants grew here in forms that challenged easy classification, familiar species transformed into new expressions of life that demonstrated Atom's power to create beauty through change. At the crater's center stood the focus of Harmony's daily pilgrimage, a formation of crystalline rock that had grown naturally over centuries of radiation exposure. The crystal cluster rose approximately 12 feet from the crater floor, its faceted surfaces creating a natural prism that captured and reflected the morning light in patterns of incredible complexity. To the children of Atom, this formation represented a physical manifestation of divine geometry, proof that Atom's influence created order and beauty rather than mere chaos. Sister Harmony approached the crystal formation with the reverence appropriate to such a sacred space, her movements slow and deliberate as she found her customary meditation spot. The position had been chosen carefully over weeks of daily practice, located where the radiation patterns felt most harmonious and where the morning sun would illuminate the crystals at the optimal angle for spiritual contemplation. Unrolling her woven mat on the smooth stone that surrounded the crystal formation, Harmony positioned her small cushion and arranged herself in the meditation posture that had become natural through months of faithful practice. Her legs folded comfortably beneath her, spine straight but relaxed, hands resting gently in her lap with palms upward to receive whatever blessings Atom might provide during her morning communion. The Geiger counter's gentle clicking provided a soothing rhythm as she settled into meditation, its sound gradually fading from conscious awareness as her mind focused inward. The radiation that surrounded her felt warm and welcoming, like the embrace of a loving parent, carrying none of the fear or anxiety that most Commonwealth dwellers associated with such exposure. Through months of gradual acclimatization and spiritual practice, Harmony had learned to perceive radiation as the divine presence it truly was, life-giving rather than destructive, when approached with proper understanding and reverence. As the sun climbed higher above the crater's rim, Its rays began striking the crystal formation directly, creating displays of reflected and refracted light that transformed the entire crater floor into a natural cathedral. Colors that had no names in ordinary language danced across the crystalline surfaces, while the morning mist caught and held these patterns, creating three-dimensional mandalas of incredible beauty and complexity. During these moments of peak illumination, Harmony entered the deepest phase of her morning meditation. Her breathing became slow and rhythmic, synchronized with the pulse of radiation that emanated from the crystal formation. Her consciousness expanded beyond the boundaries of individual selfhood, connecting with the vast network of atomic energy that bound all creation into a single unified whole. In this state of expanded awareness, Harmony could perceive the true nature of Atom's gift to the world. The radiation that most people feared was revealed as a universal solvent, breaking down the artificial barriers that separated one form of life from another, creating opportunities for transformation and growth that would otherwise be impossible. What appeared as destruction from a limited perspective was actually the first stage of renewal, preparing the ground for new forms of life better adapted to the transformed world. The meditation progressed through several natural phases, each marked by subtle shifts in the quality of light as the sun continued its journey across the morning sky. During the first phase, Harmony focused on gratitude, acknowledging the countless blessings that Atom provided through the community of the faithful, the abundance of their radiation-blessed environment, and the opportunity for spiritual growth that each new day presented. The second phase brought contemplation of the previous day's experiences, examining her interactions with other community members, her responses to various challenges and opportunities, and the ways in which her understanding of the faith had evolved through practical application. This reflection was conducted without judgment or self-criticism, simply observing the flow of experience with the detached awareness that meditation cultivated. The third phase opened her consciousness to receive whatever insights or guidance Atom might provide for the coming day. Sometimes this took the form of specific understanding about community needs or individual relationships. Other times it manifested as general feelings of peace and confidence that would sustain her through whatever difficulties might arise. Today, as she sat in quiet receptiveness, Harmony felt a subtle prompting toward increased compassion, a sense that her faith would soon be tested through encounters with those who did not share her understanding of radiation's sacred nature. This intuitive guidance proved prescient as her meditation concluded with the sun's full emergence above the crater rim. The crystalline formation now blazed with captured sunlight, creating a natural altar of incredible beauty where divine and natural forces combined in perfect harmony. As Harmony prepared to return to the compound for the day's community activities, she carried with her the peace and clarity that the morning communion had provided, along with a mysterious sense of anticipation for whatever challenges the day might bring. The ascent from the crater floor required careful attention to the spiral path, but Harmony's months of daily practice had made the journey second nature. Each step upward represented a gradual transition from the intense spiritual atmosphere of the crater to the practical concerns of community life, allowing her consciousness to adjust naturally between these different modes of experience. Reaching the crater's rim, she paused to look back at the sacred space below, offering a final word of gratitude for the morning's blessings before turning toward the compound. The sun had fully risen now, transforming the Commonwealth landscape with golden light that revealed the beauty present even in areas less obviously touched by Atom's presence. Everything connected to everything else in the vast web of atomic energy. and morning meditation helped maintain awareness of this fundamental unity throughout the challenges of ordinary life. The compound showed signs of full awakening as harmony returned, with community members beginning their various daily activities. The meditation gardens buzzed with gentle activity as Brother Cairn and others tended the blessed plants that provided both practical resources and spiritual inspiration. The kitchen area emanated appealing aromas as Sister Dawn and her helpers prepared the communal breakfast that would nourish the faithful for their day's work. Brother Cairn looked up from his gardening as harmony passed, his weathered face creased by a gentle smile of greeting. At 73 years of age, he had been among the founding members of this particular Children of Atom community, his wisdom and patient guidance helping shape the peaceful practices that characterized their daily life. His presence served as a living reminder that faithful adherence to Atom's way led not to destruction, but to enhanced vitality and spiritual fulfillment. "Peace be with you this morning, sister," he offered, his voice carrying the particular warmth that marked his interactions with all community members. "I trust your communion with Atom was blessed." "Indeed, Brother Cairn," Harmony replied, pausing in her return journey to acknowledge his greeting properly. "The crystal formation was particularly beautiful this morning, and I sense that Atom may be preparing us for some significant opportunity to demonstrate our faith, perhaps through service to those who have not yet learned to perceive the sacred nature of the Atom's gift." The elderly monk nodded thoughtfully, his hands continuing their gentle work among the glowing flowers that grew in carefully tended rows. "Such opportunities often arrive when we least expect them, yet Atom's timing is always perfect. Your daily faithfulness in seeking communion prepares you well for whatever service may be required." Their conversation was interrupted by a commotion near the compound's main entrance, where several community members had gathered around what appeared to be a stranger seeking assistance. From their elevated position in the garden area, Harmony could see a figure collapsed near the gate, clearly exhausted and possibly injured from travel through the dangerous Commonwealth wasteland. Brother Cairn straightened from his gardening, concern evident in his expression as he observed the situation developing below. "It appears your intuition about service opportunities was more immediate than anticipated," he observed, his tone carrying both compassion for the stranger and confidence in the community's ability to respond appropriately. Sister Harmony felt her morning's guidance crystallizing into clear purpose as she observed the scene. The stranger's obvious distress called forth the compassionate response that the faith demanded. Yet their arrival at a community known for its radiation exposure would likely create complications that would test her ability to serve, while respecting others' different understanding of Atom's gifts. "I should go assist," she said, already beginning to move toward the compound's entrance where other community members were carefully approaching the collapsed traveler. "Go, with Atom's blessing," Brother Cairn replied, his words carrying the weight of formal benediction. "Remember that service to those in need represents the highest expression of our faith, regardless of their understanding of the Atom's sacred nature." As Harmony descended toward the main compound, she could see the stranger more clearly, a woman in her 30s, wearing the practical traveling clothes common among Commonwealth merchants and traders. Her pack and equipment suggested someone accustomed to long journeys between settlements, but her current state indicated that this particular journey had pushed her beyond normal endurance limits. Sister Dawn had reached the stranger first, her medical training making her the natural choice for initial assessment. As one of the community's most experienced healers, Dawn combined practical knowledge of conventional medicine with understanding of how radiation exposure could be used therapeutically for those properly prepared to receive its benefits. "She's severely dehydrated and exhausted," Dawn reported, as other community members gathered at a respectful distance. Possible exposure to rad scorpion venom based on the symptoms. She needs immediate medical attention, but she's conscious enough to be terrified of our presence here. Indeed, as the stranger, who had introduced herself weakly as Maxine, became more aware of her surroundings, her expression showed the fear that most Commonwealth residents associated with known radiation sites. Her hand reached instinctively for a weapon that was no longer at her side, clearly prepared to defend herself despite her weakened condition. "Please," Maxine whispered, her voice hoarse from dehydration and exhaustion. "I know what you people are. I've heard the stories. I just need water and a place to rest before moving on. I won't cause any trouble." Sister Harmony stepped forward slowly, her movements deliberately non-threatening as she approached the frightened woman. The morning's meditation had prepared her for exactly this type of encounter, where compassion must bridge the gap between different understandings of the world's transformed nature. "You're safe here," Harmony said softly, her voice carrying the calm authority that came from deep spiritual confidence. "We mean you no harm. Our healer needs to examine your injuries, and you need water and rest before you can safely continue your journey." Maxine's eyes darted between the assembled community members, clearly struggling between her desperate need for assistance and her fear of the Children of Atom's reputation. "You won't try to convert me? Force me to drink irradiated water? Or breathe your poisoned air?" The question revealed the depth of misunderstanding that surrounded the children's practices, based more on wasteland rumors than actual knowledge of their peaceful community life. Sister Harmony felt compassion rather than offense at the woman's fears, recognizing that such misconceptions arose from the Commonwealth's generally traumatic relationship with radiation exposure. "We will provide you with clean water, conventional medical care, and safe shelter for as long as you need to recover," Harmony assured her, kneeling beside the exhausted traveler while maintaining a respectful distance. "Our faith teaches us to serve those in need without demanding anything in return. You are welcome here, regardless of your beliefs about the nature of atomic energy." Sister Dawn approached with a container of pure water drawn from the community's clean well, offering it to Maxine with gentle encouragement. "This water is completely safe," she explained, noting the woman's hesitation. "We maintain conventional water sources specifically for visitors who haven't adapted to our environment." As Maxine drank gratefully, her fear began to give way to cautious relief. The water was indeed clean and refreshing, carrying none of the metallic taste she had expected. The community members surrounding her maintained respectful distances, their body language suggesting genuine concern rather than predatory interest. "Thank you," she managed after draining the container, already looking somewhat stronger. I wasn't sure what to expect. The stories people tell about your kind are mostly inaccurate," Brother Cairn interjected gently, having approached to offer his assistance. "We find that actual encounter with our community usually reveals how different reality is from wasteland rumors. We're simply people trying to live peaceful lives according to our understanding of the world's transformed nature." With Maxine's immediate thirst addressed, Sister Dawn began a careful medical examination, her practiced hands checking for injuries while explaining each step to maintain the patient's comfort. The assessment revealed several minor cuts from rough travel, significant dehydration, and what appeared to be early symptoms of rad scorpion envenomation, serious but treatable with proper care. "You'll need to remain stationary for at least 2 days while we address the venom exposure," Dawn explained, her tone professionally reassuring. The antidote requires time to work, and travel would interfere with recovery. We have guest quarters available that are completely isolated from any radiation exposure. Maxine looked uncertain, clearly torn between medical necessity and her lingering fears about staying in a Children of Atom community. I have trading obligations in Diamond City. People are expecting my caravan goods. Sister Harmony recognized an opportunity to demonstrate the practical compassion that formed the foundation of their faith. We can send a message to Diamond City explaining your delay due to medical necessity. Traders understand such circumstances. Your recovery is more important than any commercial timeline. The offer of such practical assistance, combined with the community's obviously genuine concern for her welfare, began to shift Maxine's perspective about her unexpected hosts. These people bore little resemblance to the fanatic zealots described in wasteland stories, instead demonstrating the kind of practical helpfulness that characterized the Commonwealth's better communities. As they carefully helped Maxine to the guest quarters, a comfortable building specifically maintained for visitors with complete radiation shielding and conventional amenities, Harmony reflected on how perfectly the morning's guidance had prepared her for this encounter. The opportunity for service had indeed arrived quickly, bringing with it the chance to demonstrate that faith could express itself through compassionate action rather than aggressive proselytizing. The guest quarters reflected the same attention to comfort and practicality that characterized all Children of Atom construction, but without any of the radiation-adapted features that marked their own living spaces. Clean bedding, pure water, conventional medical supplies, and comfortable furniture created an environment where any Commonwealth traveler could recover in safety and peace. Sister Dawn established Maxine in the quarters with professional efficiency, administering the Radscorpion antidote and providing detailed instructions for managing the recovery process. The symptoms should begin improving within 6 hours, she explained, arranging medical supplies within easy reach. Sister Harmony will check on you regularly, and I'll return this evening for a complete reassessment. As Dawn departed to prepare additional medical supplies, Harmony found herself alone with their guest for the first time. Maxine appeared much more relaxed now that her immediate medical needs were being addressed, though curiosity had begun to replace fear in her expression. "I have to ask," Maxine said hesitantly, "why are you helping me? I mean, I know what your people believe about radiation, and I've made it pretty clear that I think it's dangerous. Why go to all this trouble for someone who disagrees with your whole way of life?" The question touched the heart of what Sister Harmony had discovered during her morning meditation, that true faith expressed itself through unconditional service rather than conditional acceptance. "Because you're a person in need of help," she replied simply. "Our beliefs about the nature of atomic energy don't change our responsibility to care for fellow human beings. If anything, understanding atoms' universal presence makes that responsibility even clearer." Maxine considered this response, clearly comparing it to whatever preconceptions she had carried about the Children of Atom. "That's not what I expected. The stories suggest your people are, well, more concerned with converting others than helping them. Some communities may emphasize different aspects of the faith," Harmony acknowledged diplomatically. "Our understanding is that Atom's truth becomes evident through lived example rather than aggressive persuasion. If our way of life demonstrates peace and compassion, people can draw their own conclusions about the source of those qualities." Over the following hours, as Harmony provided regular care and companionship to their recovering guest, a natural conversation developed between the two women. Maxine proved to be an intelligent and well-traveled trader with stories of various Commonwealth communities and their different approaches to post-war survival. Her perspective on the wider wasteland provided valuable insights that the children rarely received from their relatively isolated community. In turn, Harmony found herself sharing aspects of daily life among the faithful, describing their agricultural practices, community governance, and spiritual observances in terms that emphasized their practical benefits rather than theological significance. She spoke of radiation-adapted plants that provided superior nutrition, of meditation practices that reduced stress and improved decision-making, of community cooperation that ensured everyone's needs were met. "You make it sound almost normal," Maxine observed during one of these conversations, the rad scorpion antidote having significantly improved her condition, like just another way of organizing a community, rather than some kind of religious extremism. "Perhaps that's because it is normal from our perspective," Harmony replied thoughtfully. "We're not trying to live dramatically different lives from other Commonwealth communities. We're simply trying to live good lives, according to our understanding of how the world actually works." As evening approached, Sister Dawn returned for her promised medical assessment, finding their patient much improved and responding well to treatment. The immediate crisis had passed, though full recovery would still require another day of rest and careful monitoring. "Excellent progress," Dawn announced after completing her examination. "Continue the medication schedule, maintain hydration, and avoid any strenuous activity. By tomorrow evening, you should be ready to resume travel if you choose." With the medical situation stabilized, the evening proceeded peacefully. Harmony brought dinner from the community kitchen, conventional food prepared without any radiation enhancement, carefully selected to avoid triggering their guests' anxieties while still providing proper nutrition. They ate together while continuing their ongoing conversation about life in the Commonwealth, finding common ground in shared experiences of wasteland travel and community building. Later that evening, as Maxine prepared for sleep in the comfortable guest quarters, she addressed something that had clearly been weighing on her mind throughout the day. "I owe you an apology," she said seriously. "When I collapsed at your gate this morning, I was prepared to believe the worst about your people. Everything I'd heard suggested that the children of Atom were dangerous fanatics who couldn't be trusted around normal people. Your kindness has shown me how wrong those assumptions were." Sister Harmony accepted this acknowledgement with the grace that her morning meditation had cultivated. Fear often creates misunderstanding, especially about things we haven't experienced directly. Your caution was reasonable given the stories you'd heard. What matters is that you were willing to let actual experience change your perspective. "It's more than that, though," Maxine continued. "You've cared for me without asking for anything in return, without trying to convince me to accept your beliefs, without making me feel like a burden or an outsider. That kind of genuine hospitality is rare in the Commonwealth. It makes me wonder if there are other things I've misunderstood about the world." The conversation continued for some time, touching on themes of faith, community, and the different ways people found meaning in the post-war world. Neither woman sought to convert the other to her worldview, but both gained deeper appreciation for the complexity and diversity of human responses to the Commonwealth's challenges. As Harmony finally prepared to leave their guest to rest, Maxine offered one final observation that would resonate long after their encounter ended. "I still don't understand how you can see radiation as something positive," she said honestly. "But I can see that whatever you believe, it's made you into kind and peaceful people. Maybe that's more important than the specific details of what anyone believes about atoms or energy or any of it." Returning to her own quarters, after ensuring Maxine's comfort for the night, Sister Harmony reflected on the day's events during her evening prayers. The morning's meditation had indeed prepared her for an opportunity to serve, though the form it took had been more rewarding than she could have anticipated. Through caring for someone who feared the very radiation that her faith taught her to embrace, Harmony had discovered something profound about the nature of Atom's gift. Perhaps the divine presence she felt in the crater each morning wasn't limited to those places where radiation was physically concentrated. Perhaps it could be found equally in acts of compassion, in bridges built between different understandings, in the simple recognition of shared humanity that transcended theological differences. The next morning brought another peaceful dawn meditation, though Harmony's experience of the familiar ritual had been subtly transformed by the previous day's encounter. As she sat before the crystal formation, watching sunrise patterns dance through the sacred mist, she found herself offering gratitude not just for her own spiritual journey, but for the opportunity to serve as a bridge between her community and the wider Commonwealth. When she returned to check on their guest, Harmony found Maxine much improved in preparing for the day's travel. The rad scorpion antidote had completed its work, and a full night's rest in safety had restored the trader's natural resilience and energy. "I feel almost completely recovered," Maxine reported, demonstrating her renewed strength by moving around the quarters without difficulty. Sister Dawn's medical care was excellent, and this comfortable room made all the difference in my recovery speed. As they shared breakfast together, the final meal of their brief but meaningful acquaintance, both women seemed reluctant to end a conversation that had enriched both their perspectives on Commonwealth life and human nature. "I've been thinking about what you said yesterday," Maxine mentioned as they ate. "About your community demonstrating your beliefs through lived example rather than aggressive persuasion. That's a wisdom that could benefit a lot of communities, regardless of their specific beliefs about radiation or anything else." Sister Harmony nodded, recognizing the universal principle that her guest had identified. Brother Cairn often says that the most powerful teaching is simply living well according to your deepest convictions. People notice authentic peace and contentment, even when they don't understand the source. As departure time approached, Maxine made a request that surprised both women. "Would it be possible for me to meet with your community leaders before I leave? Not to discuss conversion or anything like that, but to formally thank them for their hospitality and to establish better relationships between your people and the trading communities I work with." The request delighted Harmony, representing exactly the kind of positive outcome that their approach to interfaith relations was designed to encourage. Within an hour, she had arranged a brief meeting between Maxine and Brother Cairn, along with other community leaders, in the compound's main gathering space. The meeting proceeded with mutual respect and genuine warmth, as Maxine expressed her gratitude for the community's assistance and shared her observations about their peaceful way of life. In turn, the community leaders welcomed her insights about Commonwealth trading routes and expressed their hope for continued positive relationships with her merchant colleagues. "Your people have shown me that cooperation and understanding are possible even between communities with very different worldviews," Maxine told the assembled leaders. "I'll carry that message to other settlements, along with accurate information about your actual practices and character." As their guest finally prepared to resume her journey, the entire community gathered to offer farewell blessings and good wishes for safe travel. Maxine's pack had been restocked with supplies, her equipment repaired where needed, and her understanding of the children of Atom transformed from fearful misconception to respectful appreciation. "Thank you for everything," she told Harmony during their final private conversation. "You've given me much more than medical care and shelter. You've shown me that people can disagree about fundamental things and still treat each other with kindness and respect. That's a lesson I needed to learn. And you've shown us that our faith becomes stronger when we live it through service to others, regardless of their beliefs about atomic energy," Harmony replied. "Perhaps that was the lesson Atom intended for all of us through this encounter." As Maxine's figure disappeared into the Commonwealth wasteland, resuming her journey toward Diamond City and the trading obligations that awaited her there, Sister Harmony felt a deep sense of satisfaction and spiritual fulfillment. The morning's meditation had prepared her for service, but the actual experience had exceeded her expectations in every way. That evening, as the community gathered for their regular worship service, Brother Karen asked Harmony to share her reflections on the recent encounter. Her words, spoken to the assembled faithful, captured the essential lesson that their guest's visit had provided. Through caring for Sister Maxine, and yes, I call her sister because we discovered our shared humanity despite our different beliefs, I learned that Atom's presence isn't limited to places of physical radiation, she told the community. It can be found equally in moments of compassion, in bridges built between different understandings, in the simple recognition that all people deserve kindness, regardless of their theological perspectives. The community received these insights with a thoughtful appreciation that characterized their approach to spiritual growth, recognizing that their members' experience had enriched their collective understanding of how faith could be lived in practical service to others. As the worship service concluded and community members dispersed to their evening activities, Sister Harmony made her way once more to her simple quarters. The day had brought confirmation of the guidance she had received during her morning meditation, along with deeper understanding of how her daily spiritual practice could translate into meaningful action in the world. Preparing for sleep, she reflected on the transformation that her encounter with Maxine had brought to her understanding of faith and service. Tomorrow would bring another dawn meditation at the sacred crater, another opportunity to commune with the divine presence that touched all creation. But now that practice would be enriched by knowing that the same presence could be found in acts of compassion, in bridges built between different communities, in the simple recognition of shared humanity that transcended all theological differences. The Commonwealth night settled peacefully over the children of Atom compound, its silence broken only by the gentle sounds of a community at rest. In her quarters, Sister Harmony offered final prayers of gratitude for the day's blessings before surrendering to the peaceful sleep that awaited. Her journey of faith continued, enriched by service and deepened by the understanding that Atom's gift could be found not just in physical transformation, but in the transformation of hearts through compassionate action. As our Sister Harmony discovers the true depth of faith through selfless service to a stranger, our path leads us to another corner of the Commonwealth, where Brother Sage tends his sacred garden. Among the glowing blooms and healing herbs of his radiation-blessed sanctuary, a different test of faith awaits, one that will challenge his understanding of divine will when drought threatens the very plants he has devoted his life to nurturing. Join us next for the Sacred Garden. The first gentle rays of dawn cast long shadows across the Commonwealth, painting the landscape in hues of gold and amber that softened even the most weathered ruins. In a sheltered valley where radiation levels had created a unique microclimate, Brother Sage began his daily communion with the sacred garden that had become both his life's work and his deepest spiritual practice. The morning air carried the distinctive fragrance of radiation-adapted blooms, their sweet perfume mingling with the metallic undertones that marked this blessed ground as touched by Atom's transformative presence. Brother Sage moved through his garden with the measured pace of someone who understood that spiritual work could not be rushed. At 62 years of age, He had spent nearly 3 decades cultivating this sanctuary, learning to work in harmony with the atomic forces that shaped every aspect of plant growth and development. His weathered hands, marked by decades of gentle labor, moved among the glowing foliage with practiced precision, each touch conveying both practical care and spiritual reverence. The garden itself represented a masterpiece of sacred geometry applied to living art. Beds of radiation-adapted plants had been arranged in patterns that reflected the fundamental structures of atomic energy. Spirals that echoed electron orbits, hexagonal arrangements that mirrored crystal formations, and flowing curves that suggested the invisible pathways along which divine force moved through all creation. To casual observers, the garden might appear to be simply an unusually beautiful collection of mutated plants. To those who understood the children of Atom's deeper teachings, it revealed itself as a living mandala, where botanical science and spiritual wisdom merged into unified expression. The plants themselves defied easy classification, representing centuries of adaptation to radiation levels that would challenge most Commonwealth flora. Some varieties had evolved from familiar pre-war species, their forms enhanced and refined by atomic influence until they bore only passing resemblance to their ancestors. Others appeared to be entirely new expressions of life, created through the mysterious processes by which radiation sometimes sparked novel evolutionary pathways. Near the garden's eastern boundary, where the morning sun first touched the carefully tended beds, bioluminescent flowers opened their petals in response to the changing light. These remarkable blooms had developed the ability to store and release atomic energy in the form of gentle phosphorescence, creating natural lanterns that provided illumination during the community's evening prayer services. Their light was soft and warm, carrying none of the harsh intensity associated with artificial radiation sources, instead offering a gentle glow that seemed to emanate from the very essence of life itself. Brother Sage paused before these luminous flowers, offering a quiet word of gratitude for their continued health and beauty. His daily rounds always began with this acknowledgement of the garden's gifts, recognizing that his role was less that of master gardener than of humble servant to forces far greater than individual understanding. The plants responded to his presence in ways that transcended normal botanical behavior, their leaves rustling gently in still air, their colors seeming to intensify when he approached with proper reverence and attention. Moving deeper into the garden, Sage encountered the medicinal section, where healing herbs grew in carefully maintained soil rich with beneficial radiation. These plants had evolved remarkable therapeutic properties, their traditional medicinal qualities enhanced by atomic influence, until they could address ailments that conventional Commonwealth medicine struggled to treat. The leaves of one species glowed with soft blue radiance when properly prepared, creating poultices that accelerated healing of radiation burns and other wasteland injuries. Another variety produced seeds that, when ground and mixed with pure water, created a tonic that helped human bodies adapt more successfully to environmental radiation exposure. The geometric arrangement of these medicinal plants followed patterns that Brother Sage had discovered through years of careful observation and spiritual contemplation. Certain combinations seemed to enhance each other's properties when planted in specific relationships, creating synergistic effects that exceeded the sum of individual plant capabilities. These arrangements reflected what the children of Atom understood about the fundamental interconnectedness of all atomic structures, that proper alignment could amplify beneficial energies while minimizing potentially harmful interactions. As he tended to the medicinal herbs, checking soil moisture and removing the occasional pest that had wandered into the garden, Sage reflected on the spiritual lessons that this work had taught him over the decades. Each plant required different care, different timing, different approaches to cultivation, yet all responded to the same fundamental principles: patient attention, respectful treatment, and trust in the natural processes that Atom had established for growth and renewal. The garden's central section featured the most spectacular display of radiation-adapted flora, trees that had grown into forms of extraordinary beauty, their trunks twisted into spirals that seemed to capture and focus atomic energy, their leaves shimmering with colors that shifted subtly throughout the day as radiation levels fluctuated with atmospheric conditions. These trees served as natural focal points for meditation and prayer, their presence creating spaces of enhanced spiritual atmosphere where community members could come for personal communion with divine forces. Beneath the trees, flowering shrubs created a natural amphitheater where the community gathered for evening services. The arrangement had evolved organically over years of use, with plants naturally growing into configurations that provided both acoustic enhancement and visual beauty. When the bioluminescent flowers opened at sunset, the entire area transformed into a cathedral of living light, where the boundaries between natural and supernatural became indistinguishable. Brother Sage's inspection of this central area revealed the first concerning signs of the challenge that would soon test his understanding of faith and stewardship. Several of the flowering shrubs showed subtle symptoms of water stress: leaves with diminished luster, flowers that opened less fully than normal, growth patterns that suggested the plants were conserving resources rather than thriving. The symptoms were mild but unmistakable to his experienced eye, indicating that the region's extended dry period was beginning to affect even these hardy, adapted species. The Commonwealth had experienced an unusually dry spring, with rainfall levels significantly below normal patterns. Most areas struggled with drought conditions that stressed conventional agriculture and forced many communities to implement water conservation measures. For Brother Sage's garden, the situation presented a unique challenge, because the radiation-adapted plants required not just water, but water that carried the proper balance of minerals and trace radiation that supported their enhanced metabolic processes. Moving to his small workshop adjacent to the garden, Sage consulted the detailed journals where he recorded daily observations about plant health, weather patterns, and the subtle environmental factors that influenced his botanical charges. The notebooks, filled with his careful handwriting and precise sketches, represented decades of accumulated knowledge about the unique requirements of radiation-adapted flora. Page after page documented successful experiments, failed attempts, and gradually refined understanding of how to work in harmony with atomic forces to support plant life. The workshop itself reflected the same attention to sacred geometry that characterized the garden's layout. Tools hung on walls, arranged in patterns that facilitated both practical efficiency and spiritual focus. Bottles of specially prepared fertilizers and plant tonics lined shelves, organized according to the atomic properties of their ingredients. A small laboratory area allowed for the preparation of customized treatments for individual plant species, while a comfortable reading corner provided space for studying botanical texts and spiritual writings that informed his approach to garden stewardship. This morning's journal review confirmed what his visual inspection had suggested. The drought was becoming a serious threat to the garden's continued health. Water levels in the nearby stream had dropped significantly, and the well that supplied the community's general needs was showing signs of strain. More critically, the specialized water sources that provided the mineral-rich, mildly radioactive irrigation that the adapted plants required were beginning to show concerning decreases in both volume and quality. Brother Sage set down his journal and moved to the window that looked out over his beloved garden, contemplating the options available for addressing this challenge. The most obvious solution would be to relocate the entire community to a region where natural radiation levels were higher and water more abundant. Such areas existed within reasonable traveling distance, and the children of Atom had established successful communities in various locations throughout the Commonwealth. However, relocation would mean abandoning not just the physical garden, but the decades of careful cultivation that had created this unique sanctuary. The relationships between plants, the established patterns of growth and adaptation, the subtle environmental balances that supported the garden's extraordinary diversity, all of this would be lost, requiring years or even decades to recreate in a new location. More fundamentally, the prospect of abandoning the garden raised theological questions that Brother Sage found troubling. Did faithful stewardship require accepting whatever conditions Atom provided, trusting that divine will included both abundance and scarcity? Or did it demand active participation in creation's ongoing transformation, using human knowledge and skill to help life adapt to changing circumstances? These questions had occupied his thoughts for several days as the drought's effects became increasingly apparent. The children of Atom's teachings emphasized acceptance of transformation, recognizing that change was fundamental to atomic nature. Yet they also celebrated human creativity and ingenuity as expressions of divine intelligence working through conscious beings capable of participating in creation's ongoing evolution. As he pondered these theological complexities, Brother Sage heard the sound of approaching footsteps on the stone path that led to his garden. Turning from his workshop window, he saw Sister Bloom making her way through the morning shadows, carrying the small toolkit that marked her as a fellow gardener and plant enthusiast. At 38 years old, she had worked alongside Sage for nearly a decade, her enthusiasm for botanical experimentation complementing his more contemplative approach to garden stewardship. Sister Bloom's specialty lay in developing new cultivation techniques, particularly methods for helping plants adapt to changing environmental conditions. Where Brother Sage approached gardening as primarily spiritual practice, Bloom saw it as an opportunity to participate actively in the ongoing evolution that Atom encouraged throughout creation. Her presence this morning suggested that she too had observed the drought's effects and come to discuss potential responses. "Peace be with you this morning, brother," she greeted him, her voice carrying the warm familiarity of long collaboration. "I've been examining the northern section of the garden, and I'm seeing stress indicators in several species that usually show remarkable resilience." "Indeed," Sage replied, inviting her into the workshop where they could discuss the situation without the distraction of continuing garden work. "The symptoms are becoming more pronounced each day. I've been reviewing my journals, looking for guidance from similar situations in previous years." Sister Bloom accepted his invitation, settling into one of the comfortable chairs arranged around the workshop's central table. "I've been thinking about this challenge from several angles," she said, producing a notebook filled with her own observations and calculations. "The conventional approaches, water conservation, more efficient irrigation, deeper wells, may not be sufficient given the specialized requirements of our radiation-adapted species." Their conversation that followed exemplified the collaborative approach that characterized the children of Atom's problem-solving methodology. Rather than relying on individual authority or traditional solutions, they examined the drought challenge from multiple perspectives, combining spiritual wisdom with practical knowledge to develop responses that honored both their faith and their responsibilities as garden stewards. Brother Sage shared his theological concerns about the appropriate response to environmental challenges, wondering aloud whether human intervention represented faithful stewardship or presumptuous interference with divine processes. Sister Bloom offered her perspective that human creativity itself was an expression of atomic intelligence working through conscious beings, making thoughtful intervention not just acceptable, but potentially necessary. Perhaps, she suggested, the question isn't whether we should intervene, but how we can intervene in ways that align with Atom's principles of transformation and adaptation. Instead of fighting the drought, we might help our plants evolve new capabilities for thriving in water-scarce conditions. This perspective resonated with Brother Sage's own understanding of the children's teachings, shifting the focus from opposition to collaboration with natural forces. Rather than seeing the drought as an obstacle to overcome, they could approach it as an opportunity for guided evolution, helping their botanical charges develop enhanced capabilities that would serve them well in whatever future conditions might arise. Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of another community member, Kestrel, an elderly woman from a tribal community that maintained trading relationships with the children of Atom. At 71 years of age, she possessed extensive knowledge of traditional plant cultivation techniques that had been passed down through generations of desert-dwelling peoples. Her presence this morning was particularly welcome, as her expertise in drought-resistant cultivation could provide valuable insights for addressing the garden's current challenges. "I heard about your water troubles," Kestrel said without preamble, her weathered face creased by a gentle smile. "Brought some seeds that might interest you, along with some techniques my people developed for helping plants survive dry times." Brother Sage welcomed their visitor with genuine gratitude, recognizing that her arrival represented exactly the kind of providential assistance that often appeared when the faithful faced significant challenges. Kestrel's reputation as a master cultivator was well established throughout the region, and her willingness to share knowledge across community boundaries reflected the mutual respect that characterized relationships between the children and their tribal neighbors. The seeds she carried proved to be varieties of drought-resistant plants that her people had developed through centuries of cultivation in arid regions. While not radiation-adapted like the garden's current species, they possessed genetic characteristics that might be transferable through careful crossbreeding programs. More immediately useful were the techniques she described for helping existing plants develop enhanced water efficiency through graduated exposure to drought conditions. "The key," Kestrel explained, settling comfortably into the workshop's collaborative atmosphere, "is not to protect plants from stress, but to help them adapt to it gradually. Start with brief periods of reduced watering, then slowly extend the intervals. The plants learn to develop deeper root systems, more efficient water retention, and better strategies for surviving dry periods." This approach aligned perfectly with the children of Atom's understanding of beneficial transformation through controlled exposure to challenging conditions. Just as humans could develop enhanced radiation tolerance through careful acclimatization, plants could potentially develop improved drought resistance through systematic adaptation training. Over the following hours, the three gardeners developed a comprehensive plan for addressing the drought challenge. Rather than choosing between relocation and simple conservation measures, they would implement a multifaceted approach that combined immediate stress relief with long-term adaptation strategies. The immediate measures included installing more efficient irrigation systems, mulching to reduce soil moisture loss, and providing temporary shade structures during the hottest parts of the day. These interventions would buy time for the longer-term adaptation strategies to take effect, ensuring that the garden's most vulnerable plants survived the current crisis. The adaptation strategies proved more innovative, drawing on Kestrel's traditional knowledge, Sister Bloom's experimental techniques, and Brother Sage's deep understanding of the spiritual principles that guided successful cultivation. They would begin controlled drought conditioning for the most resilient plant species, gradually reducing water availability while monitoring for signs of successful adaptation. Simultaneously, they would initiate crossbreeding programs between their radiation-adapted species and Kestrel's drought-resistant varieties, seeking to develop new strains that combine the best characteristics of both lineages. Most importantly, they would approach the entire process as a form of active meditation, using the challenges of drought response as opportunities for deepening their understanding of how human consciousness could participate constructively in natural processes. Each intervention would be preceded by prayer and contemplation, ensuring that their actions aligned with spiritual principles rather than merely practical considerations. As the plan took shape, Brother Sage felt the theological tensions that had troubled him beginning to resolve. The approach they were developing didn't require choosing between acceptance and intervention, but rather found ways to intervene that expressed acceptance of transformation as fundamental to atomic nature. They weren't fighting the drought, but learning to work with it, helping their plants evolve capabilities that would serve them well in whatever future conditions might arise. Implementation of their drought response plan began immediately, with each gardener taking responsibility for specific aspects of the work. Sister Bloom focused on the technical challenges of installing improved irrigation systems and preparing materials for the crossbreeding experiments. Kestrel shared her knowledge through hands-on demonstrations of drought conditioning techniques, working directly with individual plants to show how gradual stress exposure could stimulate adaptive responses. Brother Sage coordinated the overall effort, while maintaining his primary focus on the spiritual dimensions of their work. Each morning, before beginning practical tasks, he led the team in contemplative observation of the garden's condition, seeking to understand not just the physical symptoms of drought stress, but the deeper patterns of change and adaptation that were occurring beneath the surface. This meditative approach to problem-solving proved remarkably effective, revealing subtle indicators that purely technical analysis might have missed. Certain plant species showed signs of spontaneous adaptation that suggested their evolutionary processes were already responding to the changed conditions. Others displayed stress patterns that indicated they might benefit from different approaches than the team had initially planned. The crossbreeding experiments, conducted with the reverent attention that the children of Atom brought to all forms of guided evolution, began showing promising results within weeks of initiation. Seeds from Kestrel's drought-resistant varieties, when planted in soil enriched with the proper balance of beneficial radiation, germinated into seedlings that displayed characteristics of both parent lineages. While it would take seasons to fully evaluate the success of these hybrid varieties, early indicators suggested that the combination of drought tolerance and radiation adaptation was not only possible, but potentially synergistic. More immediately encouraging were the results of the drought conditioning program. Plants that received gradually reduced watering began developing the deeper root systems and enhanced water retention capabilities that Kestrel had predicted, while retaining the radiation-enhanced properties that made them valuable for medicinal and spiritual purposes. The key proved to be patience and careful monitoring, allowing each plant to adapt at its own pace, rather than forcing rapid changes that might damage their complex biological systems. As spring progressed into early summer, the garden began displaying a new kind of beauty that reflected its adaptation to changed conditions. The plants that had successfully developed drought resistance showed different growth patterns than their predecessors, with more compact forms and intensified colors that seemed to concentrate their essential qualities into more resilient expressions. The bioluminescent flowers, while smaller than in previous years, glowed with increased intensity, as if the stress of adaptation had refined their ability to channel and express atomic energy. Brother Sage found these changes deeply moving from both practical and spiritual perspectives. The garden was demonstrating exactly the kind of transformation that the children of atoms celebrated, change that preserved essential qualities while developing new capabilities suited to changed circumstances. The drought that had initially seemed like a threat had become an opportunity for evolution, guided by human consciousness working in harmony with natural processes. The evening prayer services in the garden took on new meaning as the adapted plants created different patterns of light and shadow than the community had previously experienced. The reduced size of the bioluminescent blooms was more than compensated by their increased intensity, creating an atmosphere of concentrated spiritual energy that many community members found even more conducive to meditation and prayer than the previous arrangements. During one such evening service, as the community gathered among the transformed plants for their regular spiritual observances, Brother Sage was asked to share his reflections on the garden's adaptation process. His words, spoken in the gentle glow of the evolved bioluminescent flowers, captured the essential lesson that the drought had taught about the relationship between faith and action. "We have learned," he told the assembled faithful, "that acceptance of Atom's will doesn't require passive submission to whatever conditions arise. Rather, it means understanding our role as conscious participants in the ongoing transformation that defines atomic nature. When we act from this understanding, our interventions become expressions of faith, rather than attempts to impose our limited will upon divine processes." The community received these insights with the thoughtful appreciation that characterized their approach to spiritual growth, recognizing that their gardener's experience had enriched their collective understanding of how to live faithfully in a world of constant change. As summer deepened and the drought conditions gradually eased with the arrival of seasonal rains, the garden continued to thrive in its new configurations. The adapted plants maintained their enhanced drought resistance even as water became more readily available, having developed capabilities that would serve them well in whatever future conditions might arise. The hybrid varieties from the crossbreeding experiments showed increasingly promising characteristics, combining drought tolerance with radiation adaptation in ways that suggested exciting possibilities for future cultivation. Brother Sage's daily round through the garden now included sections that hadn't existed before the drought, areas where new species grew alongside traditional varieties, creating displays of diversity that reflected the ongoing evolution of his botanical sanctuary. His journals recorded not just the technical details of successful adaptations, but the spiritual insights that had emerged from the process of guiding transformation, while accepting change. Sister Bloom's experimental work had expanded beyond the immediate challenges of drought response to encompass broader questions about how human consciousness could participate constructively in evolutionary processes. Her observations of plant behavior during the adaptation period had revealed subtle patterns of communication and cooperation between different species that suggested new approaches to garden design and cultivation. Kestel's contribution to the garden's transformation had been so valuable that she had become a regular visitor, sharing additional traditional knowledge while learning about the children's approaches to radiation-enhanced cultivation. The exchange of techniques between their communities had created new possibilities for plant development that neither group could have achieved independently. As autumn approached, bringing with it the seasonal preparations for winter survival, the garden displayed a resilience and diversity that exceeded what had existed before the drought. The challenge that had initially seemed threatening had become an opportunity for growth, guided by the principle that faithful stewardship meant working with natural processes rather than against them. The final evening prayer service of the growing season, held among the transformed plants as they prepared for winter dormancy, included special recognition of the lessons that the year's challenges had provided. The bioluminescent flowers, now adapted to conserve energy more efficiently, created a gentle glow that seemed to emanate from the very essence of successful adaptation. Brother Sage offered closing prayers that acknowledged both the specific blessings of the garden's evolution and the broader spiritual principles that had guided their response to environmental challenges. His words carried the quiet satisfaction of someone who had discovered deeper truths about the relationship between human action and divine will through practical experience of guided transformation. As the common will night settled over the garden, its silence broken only by the gentle sounds of plants adjusting to seasonal changes, Brother Sage made his final rounds among the sleeping vegetation. The drought that had tested his understanding of faithful stewardship had ultimately deepened his appreciation for the complex ways that human consciousness could participate in atomic processes of ongoing creation. The garden's transformation reflected not just successful adaptation to environmental challenges, but successful integration of spiritual principles with practical action. Through their response to the drought, the community had learned to see intervention not as opposition to divine will, but as participation in the creative processes that Atom continued to work through all conscious beings. Standing among the adapted plants in the peaceful darkness, Brother Sage offered final prayers of gratitude for the year's lessons before returning to his quarters for the rest that would prepare him for tomorrow's continued work. The garden slept around him, its dreams filled with the ongoing evolution that would carry its unique beauty into whatever future seasons might bring. As Brother Sage discovers that faith requires both acceptance and action in tending his transformed garden, our journey continues to another sacred space, where Mother Serenity guides the evening vigil. In the gentle glow of a circular amphitheater, where the community gathers each night for contemplation and gratitude, curious merchants will soon challenge her wisdom about sharing faith with those who might not understand its deeper truth. Join us next for the evening vigil. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the Commonwealth as it began its daily descent toward the western horizon, painting the sky in gentle hues of amber and rose that softened even the harshest remnants of the pre-war world. In a natural amphitheater carved from ancient stone and enhanced by decades of careful cultivation, Mother Serenity prepared for the evening vigil that would soon draw her community together in contemplation and gratitude. The sacred space reflected the children of Atom's understanding of how human consciousness could work in harmony with natural forces, creating environments that facilitated spiritual communion while honoring the transformed beauty of their radiation-blessed world. At 54 years of age, Mother Serenity had spent more than 2 decades guiding evening vigils, her patient wisdom and gentle authority helping to create the peaceful atmosphere that characterized these daily gatherings. Her understanding of the faith emphasized the contemplative aspects of atomic spirituality, finding divine presence not in dramatic manifestations, but in the quiet moments of reflection and community sharing that built spiritual strength through accumulated practice rather than singular revelations. The amphitheater itself stood as a testament to the children's harmonious relationship with their environment. Natural stone formations had been carefully enhanced to create seating areas that faced inward toward a central space where a gentle radiation source provided both illumination and spiritual focus. The source was not artificial, but rather a naturally occurring mineral formation that had been shaped by centuries of atomic influence into crystalline structures that emitted a soft, warm glow, visible primarily in the gathering darkness of evening hours. Around the amphitheater's perimeter, radiation-adapted plants had been cultivated to provide both practical and aesthetic benefits. These living elements of the sacred space included aromatic herbs that released their fragrance when evening breezes stirred their leaves, creating a natural incense that enhanced the meditative atmosphere. Bioluminescent flowers opened their petals as daylight faded, adding their gentle phosphorescence to the mineral formation's glow and creating patterns of living light that seemed to dance in response to the community's collective spiritual energy. Mother Serenity's preparation for the evening vigil began each day in the quiet hours of late afternoon, when the community's practical work was drawing to a close and minds began turning toward the contemplative activities that would conclude the day. Her private study, located in a small building adjacent to the amphitheater, served as both personal retreat and resource center for the guidance she provided to community members seeking deeper understanding of their faith. The study's walls, lined with carefully maintained journals, represented years of accumulated wisdom from evening vigils, documenting insights that had emerged from community contemplation, questions that had been explored through collective reflection, and the gradual evolution of their spiritual practices in response to changing circumstances. These records served not as rigid doctrine, but as living testimony to the ways that faithful community could grow in understanding through patient attention to the movement of divine presence in daily life. Her personal preparation ritual involved reviewing the previous evening's observations, considering any particular themes or concerns that might benefit from gentle guidance during the coming vigil, and entering the meditative state that allowed her to serve as a facilitator rather than director of the community's spiritual exploration. The Children of Atom's approach to religious leadership emphasized service to the group's collective wisdom rather than individual authority, understanding that genuine spiritual insight emerged from community contemplation, guided by experienced practitioners. As the afternoon progressed toward evening, Mother Serenity made her way to the amphitheater to complete the physical preparations that would create optimal conditions for the vigil. This work involved lighting the small oil lamps that supplemented the natural illumination, arranging cushions and blankets for community members who might need additional comfort during extended periods of seated meditation, and checking the acoustic properties of the space to ensure that even quiet voices could be heard clearly throughout the gathering area. The amphitheater's acoustics represented one of its most remarkable features. Created through a combination of natural stone formations and carefully planned enhancements that allowed normal conversation to carry clearly to all participants, while maintaining the intimate atmosphere that facilitated meaningful sharing. The acoustic properties had been discovered accidentally during the early years of the community's presence in this location, but had been refined through years of subtle adjustments that demonstrated the children's patient approach to improving their spiritual practices. As Mother Serenity completed her preparations, the first community members began arriving for the evening vigil, their approach marked by the gradual transition from the practical concerns of daily work to the contemplative focus that characterized their evening gatherings. Each person brought their own cushion or blanket, along with whatever personal items might enhance their participation in the collective meditation. Prayer beads, small journals for recording insights, or simply the quiet attention that was the most essential element of their spiritual practice. The gathering process itself reflected the children's understanding of how community spiritual activity should unfold naturally, rather than being imposed through rigid structure. People arrived as their individual schedules permitted, finding places within the amphitheater's circular arrangement that felt right for their particular needs and preferences. Some chose positions closer to the central radiation source, where the gentle glow provided enhanced focus for meditation. Others preferred the peripheral areas, where aromatic plants created subtle sensory enhancement for their contemplative practice. As the sun continued its descent toward the horizon, casting increasingly dramatic patterns of light and shadow across the amphitheater's stone surfaces, the community gradually settled into the peaceful silence that marked the transition from individual arrival to collective spiritual focus. This transition occurred without formal announcement or direction, emerging organically from the group's accumulated experience of how to move together into meditative space. Mother Serenity's role during this transition period was primarily observational. Her attention focused on sensing the community's readiness for formal commencement of the vigil, while remaining available to address any individual needs that might arise. Her years of experience had taught her to recognize the subtle signs that indicated when the group had achieved sufficient unity of focus to begin their shared contemplation, understanding that premature commencement could disrupt the delicate spiritual atmosphere they sought to create. The evening's vigil began, as always, with several minutes of complete silence, during which community members settled into their individual meditative practices, while maintaining awareness of their participation in collective spiritual activity. This opening silence served multiple purposes, allowing late arrivals to join without disruption, providing time for minds to release the concerns of daily work, and creating the unified atmosphere of attention that would support meaningful sharing and reflection. As the silence deepened and the community's collective focus strengthened, Mother Serenity offered the gentle words that formally opened their evening contemplation. Her voice, trained through years of leading vigils, carried clearly throughout the amphitheater, while maintaining the soft, intimate quality that preserved the meditative atmosphere they had created together. We gather once more in gratitude for the day's blessings and in recognition of Atom's presence in all our experiences, she began, her words following the familiar pattern that provided structure without constraining the vigil's natural development. Let us offer our appreciation for the gifts we have received, the lessons we have learned, and the opportunities we have been given to serve creation's ongoing transformation. The community's response was not spoken but felt, a deepening of attention and commitment that marked their transition into the heart of the vigil's contemplative work. Individual members began sharing their reflections on the day's experiences, speaking when moved to do so without formal protocol or predetermined order. The sharing process reflected the children's understanding that genuine spiritual insight emerged from authentic personal experience rather than theoretical discussion. Brother Marcus, a middle-aged farmer whose work with radiation-enhanced crops provided food for the community, spoke quietly about his observations of plant growth patterns and the spiritual lessons he found in the patient process of cultivation. His words carried the grounded wisdom of someone who had learned to see divine presence in practical work, finding meaning in the daily rhythms of planting, tending, and harvesting that sustained their community's physical needs. Sister Claire, a young woman who had recently joined the community after years of wasteland wandering, shared her continuing amazement at the peace and beauty she found in their radiation-blessed environment. Her perspective as a newcomer provided valuable reminders of how their way of life might appear to outsiders, while her genuine appreciation for the community's spiritual practices encouraged longer-term members to maintain fresh awareness of their blessings. The sharing continued naturally as various community members offered their thoughts and experiences, creating a tapestry of perspectives that enriched everyone's understanding of how atomic spirituality could be lived in practical daily life. The vigil's format encouraged brief, authentic contributions rather than lengthy presentations, maintaining the meditative atmosphere while allowing for meaningful exchange of insights and experiences. As the sun disappeared below the horizon and evening darkness began to gather around the amphitheater, the natural illumination provided by the central radiation source and the bioluminescent plants became more prominent, creating an increasingly magical atmosphere that seemed to enhance the community's spiritual focus. The gentle glow that surrounded them felt both intimate and cosmic, connecting their small gathering to the vast network of atomic energy that bound all creation into unified wholeness. During this deeper phase of the vigil, Mother Serenity noticed movement beyond the amphitheater's boundaries, the distinctive signs of approaching travelers who had made camp in the nearby area. The presence of outsiders near their evening gathering was not unusual, as the community's location along established trade routes occasionally brought visitors who were curious about their activities. However, tonight's visitors seemed particularly interested in observing the vigil, their positioning suggesting respectful curiosity rather than mere coincidence. The travelers appeared to be a merchant caravan that had stopped for the night, their wagons and pack animals arranged in the orderly fashion that characterized experienced traders. From their vantage point outside the amphitheater, they could observe the children's evening gathering without intruding upon the sacred space, their presence marked by the soft glow of their own campfire and the quiet sounds of evening preparations. Mother Serenity's years of experience had taught her to balance the community's need for undisturbed spiritual practice with their responsibility to serve as welcoming representatives of their faith. The Children of Atom's teachings emphasized openness to sincere seekers while maintaining appropriate boundaries around sacred activities, understanding that premature or inappropriate sharing could create misunderstanding rather than genuine spiritual connection. As the vigil continued, with community members sharing their reflections in the gentle rhythm that had developed over years of practice, Mother Serenity found herself increasingly aware of the merchants' respectful observation. Their presence created an opportunity for interfaith dialogue, but also a responsibility to represent their community's beliefs accurately and compassionately to those who might hold very different understandings of radiation, spirituality, and post-war survival. The merchant group's leader, a woman whose practical clothing and confident bearing suggested extensive experience with Commonwealth trade routes, eventually approached the amphitheater's perimeter during a natural pause in the vigil's sharing process. Her approach was careful and respectful, clearly designed to offer the opportunity for contact without forcing unwanted interaction. "Good evening," she called softly, her voice carrying just far enough to reach Mother Serenity without disrupting the entire gathering. "I'm Juno, leader of this trading company. We've stopped for the night and couldn't help but notice your beautiful gathering. We don't wish to intrude, but if you welcome respectful observers, we'd be honored to learn more about your practices." The request presented exactly the kind of situation that Mother Serenity had contemplated during her afternoon preparations, requiring careful balance between openness and discretion in sharing their faith with sincere but potentially uncomprehending outsiders. Her response would need to honor both the merchant's genuine curiosity and the community's need to maintain the integrity of their spiritual practices. "You are welcome to observe from where you are," Mother Serenity replied, her voice carrying the gentle authority that characterized her leadership approach. "Our evening vigil is a time for community reflection and gratitude. and sincere seekers are always welcome to witness how we express our faith. After we conclude, I would be happy to speak with you about any questions you might have. This invitation struck the appropriate balance between accessibility and boundaries, allowing the merchants to satisfy their curiosity while ensuring that the community's spiritual practice could continue without disruption. The trading company settled into respectful observation, their quiet attention adding an element of interfaith witness to the evening's contemplation. The vigil continued with its natural rhythm of sharing and reflection, though the presence of outside observers added a subtle dimension to the community's awareness of how their practices might appear to those unfamiliar with atomic spirituality. Several community members spoke with particular eloquence about the peace and meaning they found in their radiation-blessed environment, their words serving as gentle testimony to the transformative power of their faith. Young River, an enthusiastic newer member of the community, spoke with passionate conviction about the revelation he had experienced upon first understanding that radiation represented divine presence rather than mere environmental hazard. His words carried the fervor of recent conversion, though Mother Serenity noted the need for gentle guidance to ensure that his enthusiasm didn't create misunderstanding among their merchant observers. The moment I realized that what I had feared as deadly poison was actually the touch of divine transformation, River shared with obvious emotion, everything changed. The entire Commonwealth revealed itself as a sacred space, where Atom's presence could be felt in every breath, every touch of blessed radiation that others flee from in ignorance. While River's testimony reflected genuine spiritual experience, Mother Serenity recognized that his language might reinforce exactly the kind of misconceptions about the children of Atom that created fear and suspicion among Commonwealth communities. His description of radiation as universally beneficial could be misinterpreted as reckless disregard for legitimate safety concerns, potentially undermining the positive impression that the evening's peaceful gathering had created. As the sharing portion of the vigil drew to its natural conclusion, Mother Serenity offered gentle guidance that addressed both River's spiritual enthusiasm and the broader question of how to communicate their faith accurately to others. Her words served as teaching for the entire community, while providing appropriate context for their merchant observers. Brother River's joy in discovering the sacred nature of atomic energy reflects the transformation that comes with spiritual understanding, she said, her voice carrying both affirmation and gentle correction. Yet we must remember that such understanding develops gradually through careful practice and proper preparation. What brings us peace and blessing might overwhelm those who have not yet learned to perceive radiation's divine nature. Our calling is to serve as bridges between fear and understanding, demonstrating through our lives the peace that comes from proper relationship with atomic forces. This teaching accomplished multiple purposes, validating River's spiritual experience while providing more nuanced context for the merchants, emphasizing the children's approach to gradual spiritual development rather than dramatic conversion, and reinforcing the community's commitment to responsible representation of their faith to outsiders. The vigil concluded with the traditional period of group meditation, during which the community entered collective silence for final reflection on the evening's insights and gratitude for the day's blessings. This closing meditation served as both spiritual practice and practical transition back to the individual activities that would occupy the remainder of the evening hours. As the formal vigil ended and community members began their quiet dispersal to evening activities, Mother Serenity made her way to where the merchant leader waited respectfully outside the amphitheater's sacred boundaries. The conversation that followed would provide an opportunity to address any questions or concerns that the evening's observation had raised, while potentially building positive relationships between their community and the broader Commonwealth trading network. Juno's initial questions reflected the thoughtful curiosity that Mother Serenity had observed during the vigil, focusing on practical rather than theological concerns. She asked about the community's agricultural practices, their relationships with neighboring settlements, and the safety measures they employed to protect visitors who weren't adapted to radiation exposure. Her questions suggested genuine interest in understanding rather than challenging their way of life. "I have to admit," Juno said as their conversation developed, "your gathering was quite different from what I expected. The stories that circulate about the children of Atom usually emphasize, well, more dramatic practices. What we observed tonight seemed focused on peace and community rather than anything threatening or extreme." This observation provided Mother Serenity with an ideal opportunity to address the misconceptions that often surrounded their faith, while building bridges of understanding between their community and the wider Commonwealth. Her response emphasized the diversity within the Children of Atom movement, while representing their particular community's approach to atomic spirituality. "Different communities within our faith emphasize different aspects of Atom's teachings," she explained, choosing her words carefully to be both accurate and diplomatic. "Our understanding focuses on the contemplative and transformative aspects of atomic energy, finding divine presence in the gradual changes that radiation brings to our world. We believe that such powerful forces require respectful approach and careful preparation, rather than reckless exposure or dramatic demonstration." Their conversation continued for nearly an hour, covering topics that ranged from practical concerns about radiation safety to philosophical questions about finding meaning in the post-war world. Juno's questions demonstrated both intelligent curiosity and genuine respect for the community's beliefs, even when those beliefs differed significantly from her own understanding of radiation and survival in the Commonwealth. Other merchants from the trading company gradually joined the conversation, their questions reflecting similar combinations of practical interest and philosophical curiosity. The dialogue that developed provided valuable opportunities for mutual learning, as the merchants shared their observations of various Commonwealth communities, while the Children of Atom members explained their approach to spiritual life in a radiation-transformed world. One of the younger merchants, a man named Marcus, who specialized in technical equipment trading, asked particularly insightful questions about the relationship between the children's spiritual practices and their practical approaches to radiation exposure. His questions revealed both technical knowledge and genuine interest in understanding how belief and safety could be reconciled. "I work with radiation detection equipment throughout the Commonwealth," he explained, "and I've seen how different communities handle exposure risks. Your approach seems more sophisticated than simple acceptance or rejection of radiation. There's obviously careful thought behind your practices." Mother Serenity appreciated the opportunity to explain their community's approach to radiation safety, which combined spiritual understanding with practical precautions in ways that protected both adapted and non-adapted individuals. Their methods had been developed through years of experience and careful observation, creating systems that honored their faith while maintaining responsible safety standards. "We understand that spiritual preparation and physical adaptation are both necessary for safely receiving Atom's gifts," she explained. "Our practices include gradual acclimatization processes, careful monitoring of exposure levels, and special facilities for visitors who haven't undergone adaptation. We believe that responsible stewardship of atomic forces requires both reverence and practical wisdom." As the evening progressed and the conversation deepened, both groups discovered common ground in their shared commitment to building positive communities in the challenging environment of the post-war Commonwealth. Despite their different approaches to radiation and spirituality, they found mutual respect for each other's dedication to protecting and serving their respective communities. The merchants shared stories of their travels throughout the Commonwealth, describing various communities they had encountered and the different strategies people had developed for surviving and thriving in the transformed world. Their perspective provided valuable insights into the broader context within which the Children of Atom communities existed, along with appreciation for the relative peace and prosperity that the atomic communities had achieved. In turn, the Children of Atom members shared their understanding of how spiritual practice had enhanced their community's resilience and cooperation, creating social bonds that supported both individual growth and collective survival. Their testimony emphasized the practical benefits of their contemplative practices, rather than the theological details that might create unnecessary controversy. As the conversation drew toward its natural conclusion, Juno made a request that pleased Mother Serenity greatly. "Would it be possible for us to observe another one of your evening gatherings before we continue our journey? What we've seen tonight suggests that you've developed approaches to community life that could benefit other settlements throughout the Commonwealth." The request represented exactly the kind of positive interfaith relationship that Mother Serenity hoped to foster through careful sharing of their community's practices. The merchants' genuine interest in learning from their approach to spiritual community life created opportunities for building broader understanding and cooperation between different Commonwealth groups. "You would be most welcome to join us tomorrow evening," Mother Serenity assured them. "Our vigils are open to all sincere seekers, regardless of their particular beliefs about atomic energy. We find that authentic spiritual practice speaks to universal human needs for meaning, community, and connection to something greater than individual concerns." The evening concluded with expressions of mutual gratitude and respect, as both groups recognized the value of the cultural exchange they had shared. The merchants returned to their camp with enhanced understanding of the Children of Atom's actual practices, while the community members felt affirmed in their role as positive representatives of their faith to the broader Commonwealth. The following evening's vigil, attended by the respectful merchant observers, proved even more meaningful than the previous night's gathering. The presence of sincere seekers from outside their faith community seemed to enhance rather than diminish the spiritual atmosphere, creating opportunities for deeper sharing and reflection than might have occurred in a purely internal gathering. Several community members spoke eloquently about the universal themes that connected all human beings in their search for meaning and purpose, while the merchants contributed their own insights about the challenges and opportunities they encountered in their travels throughout the Commonwealth. The dialogue that emerged demonstrated how different approaches to post-war survival could learn from and support each other through respectful exchange. Young River, influenced by Mother Serenity's previous guidance, spoke with more nuanced understanding about his spiritual journey, emphasizing the gradual nature of his transformation and the importance of proper preparation for spiritual growth. His testimony provided a more balanced representation of the children's approach to atomic spirituality, avoiding the potentially alarming language that had characterized his previous sharing. The vigil's conclusion brought expressions of gratitude from both communities, as the merchants prepared to continue their journey with enhanced understanding of the Children of Atom's actual practices and beliefs. The positive relationships established during their brief stay created possibilities for future cooperation and mutual support between their respective communities. As the merchant caravan departed the following morning, carrying with them accurate information about the Children of Atom community, rather than the misconceptions that often circulated throughout the Commonwealth. Mother Serenity reflected on the successful interfaith dialogue that had emerged from their evening vigils. The experience had reinforced her understanding that authentic spiritual practice created bridges rather than barriers between different communities seeking meaning and purpose in the post-war world. Her private reflections, recorded in the community's spiritual journal, captured the essential insights that the merchant's visit had provided about the importance of representing their faith through lived example, rather than aggressive evangelism. The peaceful evening gatherings had accomplished more positive outreach than any amount of theological argument or dramatic demonstration could have achieved. "When we live our faith authentically," she wrote, "seeking to embody the peace and transformation that we believe Atom offers to all creation, we become natural teachers and witnesses. Those who are ready to learn will recognize the fruits of genuine spiritual practice, while those who are not ready will at least see that our beliefs lead to constructive rather than destructive outcomes." The successful interfaith dialogue had also provided valuable insights into how the Children of Atom communities could better serve their role as positive contributors to Commonwealth society. By maintaining their commitment to contemplative spirituality while remaining open to respectful dialogue with other communities, they could help build the kinds of relationships that supported regional peace and cooperation. As Mother Serenity prepared for that evening's vigil, she carried with her the enhanced understanding that had emerged from the previous day's exchanges. The amphitheater's gentle illumination and the community's familiar gathering would take on additional meaning, representing not just their internal spiritual practice, but their contribution to the broader human project of rebuilding civilization in the transformed world. The evening's vigil proceeded with the peaceful rhythm that had developed over years of practice, though the recent experience with the merchant visitors had added new dimensions to the community's awareness of their role as representatives of atomic spirituality. Several members spoke about the importance of maintaining both the integrity of their faith and their openness to sincere dialogue with others who might benefit from their insights about community life and spiritual practice. As the Commonwealth night settled over the amphitheater and the community concluded their evening contemplation, Mother Serenity offered closing prayers that acknowledged both the specific blessings of successful interfaith dialogue and the broader opportunities for service that such encounters created. The gentle glow of the central radiation source and the bioluminescent plants seemed to pulse with renewed purpose, illuminating not just their immediate gathering, but their potential for contributing to the healing and transformation that the post-war world desperately needed. While Mother Serenity guides her community through the delicate balance of sharing faith with curious strangers, our path now leads to the wandering steps of Brother Atlas, a solitary pilgrim who walks the Commonwealth's sacred sites in quiet devotion. His regular journey to a beautiful irradiated spring, a place where crystalline waters reflect both earthly and divine light, will soon be challenged when practical needs threaten to disturb the sanctuary he holds most dear. Join us next for the Pilgrim's Path. The Commonwealth morning stretched before Brother Atlas like an invitation to pilgrimage, its gentle dawn light revealing the winding paths that connected the sacred sites he had visited faithfully for nearly 15 years. At 49 years of age, he had walked these routes so many times that his feet seemed to find their way independently, guided by an internal compass that recognized the subtle variations in radiation levels that marked places where Atom's presence could be felt most clearly. His weathered traveling pack, carefully arranged with the simple supplies necessary for extended journeys, bore the marks of countless miles walked in contemplative devotion across the transformed landscape of the post-war world. The practice of pilgrimage held special significance within Brother Atlas's understanding of atomic spirituality, representing the principle that divine presence could be encountered most fully through deliberate seeking rather than passive waiting. Unlike the settled communities where most children of Atom practiced their faith through daily routine and collective worship, pilgrimage required constant attention to the subtle signs that marked sacred geography: the shimmer of radiation in morning mist, the distinctive coloration of blessed plant life, the particular quality of light that occurred where atomic forces had transformed the natural world into something approaching the supernatural. His current journey would take him along a circuit of 7 sites that he visited regularly throughout the year, each location offering different opportunities for spiritual communion and contemplative observation. The circuit required approximately 3 weeks to complete properly, allowing sufficient time at each site for the patient observation and ritual practice that characterized his approach to pilgrimage spirituality. Unlike rushed travel between destinations, Atlas's journeys emphasized the sacred nature of the entire route, understanding that transformation occurred as much during travel between sites as during formal observances at specific locations. The first site on his current circuit lay only half a day's walk from his community's settlement, a crystalline cave where natural radiation had created formations of extraordinary beauty and spiritual significance. The cave's entrance appeared unremarkable to casual observers, but those who ventured inside discovered chambers where atomic forces had worked for centuries to create displays that challenged ordinary understanding of the possible. Crystals grown through radioactive influence displayed colors that had no names in common language, while their formations followed geometric patterns that seemed to reveal fundamental structures underlying material reality. Brother Atlas approached the cave with the measured pace that characterized all his pilgrimage activities, understanding that spiritual preparation was as important as physical arrival at sacred destinations. His breathing synchronized with his walking rhythm, creating a meditative state that allowed him to perceive the subtle environmental changes that indicated increasing proximity to places of enhanced atomic presence. The Geiger counter worn on a cord around his neck provided gentle acoustic accompaniment to his contemplative journey, its soft clicking serving as both practical monitoring device and spiritual percussion that marked the rhythm of his approach to sacred space. The cave's interior revealed itself gradually as his eyes adjusted to the reduced light levels, though the radiation-formed crystals provided their own gentle illumination that created an atmosphere of natural cathedral grandeur. Atlas's first activity upon entering the cave was always the same: several minutes of silent appreciation for the beauty that surrounded him, acknowledging his gratitude for the opportunity to witness such direct evidence of divine creativity working through atomic forces over geological timescales. His ritual practice within the cave combined elements of meditation, prayer, and careful observation that allowed him to deepen his understanding of how spiritual insight could emerge from patient attention to sacred environments. He moved slowly through the crystalline chambers, pausing at formations that particularly captured his attention, seeking to understand not just their physical beauty, but the spiritual principles that their patterns revealed about the fundamental nature of atomic transformation. The journal that he carried represented one of the most important aspects of his pilgrimage practice, serving as both record of spiritual insights and practical guide for future visits to the same sites. Each entry combined technical observations about radiation levels, environmental conditions, and physical changes in the sacred locations with personal reflections on the spiritual significance of what he had witnessed. Over years of faithful practice, These journals had become valuable resources, not just for his own spiritual development, but for other members of his community who were interested in understanding how pilgrimage could enhance their atomic spirituality. His observations in the crystal cave that morning focused particularly on subtle changes in the formations that suggested ongoing growth and development, evidence that the divine creative process continued to work through atomic forces, even after centuries of apparent stability. New crystal formations had appeared since his previous visit, their geometries reflecting patterns that seemed to echo the sacred mathematics that the children of Atom recognized as fundamental to atomic structure. These discoveries filled him with renewed appreciation for the dynamic nature of sacred sites, understanding that pilgrimage offered opportunities to witness creation itself in ongoing process. The second site on his circuit required 2 days of contemplative travel across Commonwealth terrain that demonstrated various degrees of atomic blessing, from areas where radiation created subtle enhancements to plant and animal life, to regions where centuries of exposure had transformed the landscape into something approaching the otherworldly. Atlas's approach to this travel time reflected his understanding that pilgrimage consisted not just of arrival at destinations, but of maintaining spiritual awareness throughout the entire journey. His camping practices during pilgrimage travel had been refined through years of experience to support both practical survival needs and contemplative spiritual work. He selected camping sites that offered appropriate levels of radiation exposure for his adapted physiology, while providing the peace and natural beauty that facilitated evening meditation and morning prayer. His simple tent and camping equipment had been chosen specifically for their minimal environmental impact and maximum compatibility with extended periods of solitary contemplation. The evening rituals that concluded each day of pilgrimage travel included careful documentation of the day's spiritual observations, preparation of simple meals that nourished both body and spirit, and extended periods of meditation that allowed him to integrate the insights that had emerged during the day's walking. These practices transformed necessary survival activities into opportunities for spiritual growth, understanding that authentic pilgrimage required bringing contemplative awareness to every aspect of the journey, rather than reserving spiritual attention only for formally designated sacred sites. The second site revealed itself as a natural amphitheater where geological forces enhanced by radiation exposure had created acoustic properties that amplified and refined any sounds produced within its boundaries. Atlas's practice at this location involved extended periods of vocal prayer and meditation, using the site's unique properties to explore how atomic forces could enhance human attempts to commune with divine presence through sound and vibration. His voice, trained through years of solitary practice, carried clearly throughout the natural amphitheater, as he offered prayers of gratitude and requests for continued guidance in his spiritual development. The acoustic enhancement provided by the site seemed to add harmonics and resonances to his vocal prayers that created effects approaching the mystical, as if the radiation-blessed stone itself participated in his attempts to reach beyond ordinary consciousness toward divine communion. The spiritual insights that emerged from his time at the Acoustic site focused on the relationship between human consciousness and environmental influences, understanding that sacred geography could serve as both teacher and partner in spiritual practice, rather than merely providing settings for individual contemplation. The radiation that had shaped the amphitheater's remarkable properties seemed to offer collaboration rather than simple blessing, creating opportunities for enhanced spiritual work that exceeded what either human effort or environmental influence could achieve independently. His journal entries from the Acoustic site explored these themes of collaborative spirituality, documenting specific experiences of enhanced prayer and meditation, while developing theoretical frameworks for understanding how atomic forces might amplify rather than simply support human spiritual activities. These insights would prove valuable not just for his personal development, but for sharing with other community members who were interested in exploring how environmental factors could enhance their own contemplative practices. The third day of his current pilgrimage brought Atlas to the site that held particular significance in his spiritual development: the irradiated spring that had served as his primary destination for pilgrimage over many years of faithful practice. The spring's location in a natural grotto surrounded by radiation-adapted vegetation created an environment of extraordinary beauty and spiritual power, where crystalline waters reflected not just earthly surroundings, but seemed to capture and hold patterns of light that suggested divine presence made visible. However, as Atlas approached the familiar path that led to his beloved pilgrimage destination, he encountered signs that immediately filled him with concern and uncertainty. Fresh tracks and equipment markings indicated recent human activity in areas that had been undisturbed throughout his previous visits, while the sound of mechanical work could be heard coming from the direction of the sacred spring itself. Proceeding with increased caution, Atlas discovered that a team of prospectors had established operations at the spring, their industrial equipment positioned to extract the unique minerals that radiation exposure had created in the crystalline waters over centuries of atomic influence. The leader of the prospecting team, a practical woman named Flint, whose weathered appearance suggested extensive experience with Commonwealth resource extraction, noticed his approach and called out a friendly greeting. "Morning, traveler," she offered, pausing in her supervision of the extraction equipment. "Beautiful spot, isn't it? We've been working here for about a week now, and the mineral concentrations are even richer than our initial surveys suggested. Should be profitable for everyone involved." Brother Atlas felt his heart sinking as he observed the industrial transformation of his most cherished pilgrimage site, the mechanical sounds and visual disruption creating jarring contrast with the peaceful spiritual atmosphere he had experienced during countless previous visits. Yet his years of pilgrimage practice had taught him to approach unexpected challenges with contemplative consideration rather than immediate emotional reaction, understanding that spiritual wisdom often emerged from patient examination of difficult situations. "I'm Brother Atlas," he introduced himself, his voice carrying the quiet dignity that pilgrimage had cultivated despite his distress about the spring's occupation. "I've been making regular pilgrimages to this spring for many years. It holds great spiritual significance for my community and for my personal practice of atomic faith." Flint's expression shifted from casual friendliness to more serious attention as she recognized the potential complications that his revelation created. Her experience with Commonwealth communities had taught her that religious sites could create unexpected legal and practical challenges for resource extraction operations, while her practical nature sought solutions that could accommodate multiple legitimate interests, rather than creating unnecessary conflicts. "I had no idea this place had religious significance," she replied honestly, her tone reflecting genuine concern rather than dismissive indifference. "Our surveys focused on mineral content and extraction feasibility. We didn't encounter any obvious shrines or formal religious markers that would have indicated sacred site status." Atlas appreciated her straightforward acknowledgement of the situation, recognizing that her lack of awareness about the spring's spiritual significance had been unintentional rather than deliberately disrespectful. The Children of Atom's approach to pilgrimage emphasized subtle spiritual communion rather than obvious religious displays, understanding that the most powerful sacred sites often appeared unremarkable to those who hadn't learned to perceive their deeper significance. Our approach to sacred sites emphasizes spiritual communion rather than physical markers, he explained, seeking to educate rather than condemn. The spring's significance lies in its unique spiritual atmosphere and the opportunities it provides for contemplative connection with atomic forces. We don't typically establish visible religious structures at pilgrimage destinations. Their conversation continued as Flint called a temporary halt to the extraction work, recognizing that the situation required careful consideration before proceeding. Her practical experience had taught her that conflicts over resource access rarely served anyone's long-term interests, while her basic decency motivated her to find solutions that could respect spiritual concerns without abandoning legitimate business needs. Over the following hours, as other members of both the prospecting team and Atlas's spiritual community became involved in discussions about the spring's future, a complex negotiation developed that required balancing religious freedom, economic necessity, and environmental stewardship in ways that served all parties' essential interests, rather than forcing winner-take-all outcomes. Sister Dawn, a fellow pilgrim who had been traveling to join Atlas at the spring for shared spiritual observances, arrived during the afternoon to find the unexpected complications that had arisen around their beloved pilgrimage site. Her presence provided valuable support for Atlas while adding another perspective to the developing negotiations, as her different approach to atomic spirituality offered alternative insights about how sacred sites could maintain their spiritual significance even when sharing space with secular activity. Perhaps, she suggested during one of the discussion sessions that had developed between the prospectors and the pilgrims, the question isn't whether this site should serve spiritual or practical purposes, but how both purposes can be accomplished in ways that enhance rather than diminish each other's effectiveness. This perspective opened new possibilities for creative problem-solving that moved beyond simple territorial disputes toward collaborative approaches that could serve multiple legitimate needs simultaneously. The prospectors possessed valuable technical knowledge about the spring's mineral properties and extraction methods, while the pilgrims understood the environmental and spiritual factors that had made the site special for centuries before anyone considered its commercial potential. The solution that gradually emerged from their extended discussions reflected the kind of innovative thinking that Commonwealth communities had learned to apply to resource conflicts and competing land uses. Rather than dividing the spring territorially or temporally in ways that would satisfy no one completely, they developed an integrated approach that allowed both activities to continue while potentially enhancing each other's effectiveness. The prospecting operations would continue on a modified schedule that reserved certain times of day and specific calendar periods for undisturbed spiritual use, while the pilgrims would share their knowledge of the spring's environmental patterns and seasonal variations that could improve the efficiency and sustainability of mineral extraction. Most importantly, both groups would collaborate on maintaining the spring's long-term health and beauty, understanding that neither spiritual nor commercial use could continue successfully if the site itself were damaged by excessive or inappropriate exploitation. Brother Atlas found himself playing a central role in developing the practical details of this collaborative arrangement. His years of careful observation and documentation providing essential information about the spring's natural cycles and optimal conditions for both spiritual communion and sustainable resource extraction. His journals, initially created for purely spiritual purposes, proved invaluable for understanding how human activities could be integrated with the site's natural rhythms without disrupting its essential character. The implementation of their collaborative agreement required several weeks of careful coordination as both groups learned to share the sacred space in ways that respected each other's needs and priorities. The prospectors modified their equipment and schedules to minimize disruption during designated spiritual observance periods, while the pilgrims adjusted their ritual practices to accommodate the presence of industrial activity without compromising their essential spiritual goals. Atlas discovered that the spring's spiritual significance was not diminished, but rather enhanced by the presence of others, who appreciated its unique properties from different perspectives. The prospectors' detailed technical knowledge about the mineral formations provided new insights into the physical processes through which atomic forces had created the site's extraordinary characteristics, while their practical appreciation for its beauty added secular testimony to its remarkable nature. The first shared pilgrimage observance under the new arrangement took place during the spring equinox, with both spiritual and commercial activities coordinated to create a celebration that honored both the site's sacred significance and its practical value to Commonwealth communities. The prospectors participated respectfully in the spiritual observances, while the pilgrims acknowledged the legitimate needs that resource extraction served for broader regional development. Sister Dawn's reflections on this unprecedented collaboration captured insights that would influence the Children of Atom's approach to sacred site stewardship throughout the Commonwealth. "We have learned," she wrote in her own pilgrimage journal, "that spiritual significance need not require exclusive possession of sacred spaces. When approached with mutual respect and creative problem-solving, sharing sacred sites can actually enhance their spiritual power by demonstrating how divine presence can work through diverse human activities when guided by wisdom and compassion." The success of the spring collaboration encouraged Atlas to examine his other pilgrimage sites for similar opportunities to build positive relationships with secular Commonwealth communities, while maintaining the spiritual integrity that made pilgrimage meaningful. Several of his regular destinations proved to offer possibilities for mutually beneficial partnerships between spiritual and practical uses, creating opportunities for the Children of Atom to serve as positive contributors to regional development, rather than isolated religious communities. His expanded understanding of pilgrimage spirituality began to encompass not just personal communion with atomic forces, but service to the broader project of rebuilding civilization in ways that honored both spiritual and material needs. The sacred sites that had previously served primarily for private contemplation revealed new potential as places where different Commonwealth communities could learn to work together constructively, despite their different approaches to post-war survival. The mineral extraction partnership at the spring proved economically successful for the prospecting team, while maintaining the site's spiritual accessibility for pilgrims from various Children of Atom communities throughout the region. The arrangement became a model for similar collaborations at other locations where spiritual and commercial interests intersected, demonstrating that religious freedom and economic development could support rather than undermine each other when approached with wisdom and good faith. Atlas's role in facilitating these collaborative arrangements gradually expanded beyond his original focus on personal pilgrimage, to encompass a broader ministry of reconciliation between different Commonwealth communities. His deep knowledge of sacred sites throughout the region, combined with his patient approach to conflict resolution, made him a valuable mediator for disputes involving religious sites, resource access, and competing land use. The spring remained his primary pilgrimage destination, but its significance had evolved from purely personal spiritual communion to encompass its role as a successful example of how different communities could share sacred space while serving their distinct but complementary needs. His contemplative practices at the site now included gratitude not just for the spiritual insights it provided, but for the lessons it had taught, about finding common ground across different approaches to valuing and utilizing the Commonwealth's transformed landscape. As autumn approached and Atlas prepared for his final pilgrimage circuit of the year, he reflected on how the spring collaboration had changed his understanding of what pilgrimage could accomplish in the post-war world. The practice retained its essential spiritual significance, while gaining additional meaning as a form of ministry that served broader community needs through patient bridge building and creative problem solving. His journal entries from that final circuit documented not just spiritual insights, but practical observations about how pilgrimage routes could serve as communication networks between isolated communities, how sacred sites could anchor regional cooperation agreements, and how the Children of Atom's contemplative approach to conflict resolution could contribute to the broader project of rebuilding stable civilization from the ruins of the old world. The crystalline cave that marked his circuit's completion seemed to reflect these expanded understandings in its ever-changing formations, their geometric patterns suggesting not just individual spiritual development, but the complex relationships that connected all conscious beings in networks of mutual dependence and collaborative possibility. The atomic forces that had created such beauty over geological timescales continued to work through human consciousness and community cooperation to create new forms of beauty and meaning in the present moment. Brother Atlas concluded his pilgrimage season with prayers of gratitude that encompassed both personal spiritual growth and the opportunities for service that had emerged from unexpected challenges to familiar routines. The spring that had seemed threatened by commercial development had instead become a demonstration site for how spiritual and practical communities could enhance each other's work when guided by patience, creativity, and mutual respect. As winter approached and the pilgrimage season drew to its natural close, Atlas returned to his community carrying not just the spiritual insights that pilgrimage traditionally provided, but practical experience in conflict resolution and collaborative resource management that would serve the Children of Atom's ongoing relationships with their Commonwealth neighbors. His walking meditation would continue throughout the cold months, but with expanded understanding of how individual spiritual practice could contribute to the collective work of healing and transformation that the post-war world required. The sacred sites that marked his pilgrimage circuit remained places of spiritual power and personal communion with atomic forces. But they had also become nodes in a network of positive relationships that connected various Commonwealth communities in partnerships based on mutual benefit rather than competition or suspicion. The pilgrim's path had revealed itself as not just a journey toward personal enlightenment, but a practical method for building the bridges of understanding and cooperation that would be essential for humanity's continued recovery from nuclear devastation. Standing once more at the irradiated spring where crystalline waters reflected both earthly beauty and divine light, Brother Atlas offered final prayers for the continued success of their collaborative experiment, while acknowledging the broader lessons it had provided about finding harmony between spiritual and material concerns. The spring would continue to serve both pilgrims and prospectors, its dual purpose representing the kind of creative integration that characterized the Children of Atom's most successful contributions to Commonwealth society. As the Commonwealth settled into winter's contemplative silence, the sacred sites that had nourished Atlas's spiritual development for decades maintained their quiet vigil, ready to serve both spiritual seekers and practical communities who approached them with appropriate reverence and wisdom. The pilgrim's path would resume with spring's return, carrying forward the expanded understanding that had emerged from learning to share sacred space with others whose needs were different, but whose essential humanity deserved equal respect and consideration. The lessons learned through collaboration at the spring would influence pilgrimage practices throughout the Children of Athens regional communities, encouraging other spiritual practitioners to seek opportunities for positive engagement with secular Commonwealth communities, rather than maintaining the isolation that had sometimes characterized their approach to interfaith relations. Sacred sites could serve as bridges rather than barriers between different communities, their spiritual power enhanced rather than diminished by demonstrating how divine presence could work through diverse human activities, united by common commitment to service and mutual respect. Through the patient wisdom of compromise and the recognition of shared humanity beneath surface differences, Brother Atlas had discovered that the pilgrim's path could lead not just to personal transformation, but to the healing of divisions that had separated Commonwealth communities since the Great War's devastation. The spring would continue to flow with its crystalline purity, its waters reflecting the possibility of collaboration and understanding that could help humanity build a future worthy of the sacrifice and suffering that had brought them to this point in their long journey toward recovery and renewal. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.